Why? Because they're not exciting enough and not attractive enough?
Yeah, I mean, at this point in my life, I'm young, obviously, so it's not like I'm looking for marriage, I'm not gonna have kids, so I want to look at a guy that maybe ticks the boxes more financially, more stability, like not
when you say you're attracted to bad boys?
I would say I'm more like looking at physical right now than
okay, they're physical appearance.
Yeah, because I'm young. So
okay, what's your type?
More like darker features.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, I was going to say, you said you had some guys in the friend zone, and I would say that if you looked over them, they'd probably be the ones that were respectful and loyal. But you're not attracted to them, so what can you do? Go ahead. Yeah. So, anything dating related you want to get off your chest?
Well, I think the cheating thing is like on top of mine.
Okay.
No,
so guys cheating.
It just makes me feel discouraged.
Okay, something,
but
you said you've never been cheated on.
Yeah.
But it discourages you to commit.
Yeah.
Because you see your friends.
Makes sense.
Yes, and I'm very into pop culture.
In touch with the culture.
Very good-looking women get cheated on by men.
All the tabloids.
Because those are the stories that sell, so that's the stuff that goes to the top.
Well, I realize that, but I've seen it through my own
delusional.
people I know.
Yeah, but for every girl you know that's gotten cheated on, there's probably a bunch more women that haven't gotten cheated on and have committed relationships.
Yeah, I guess I'm young and naive still.
And you guys are in ID. I mean, this is like not the place for committed relationships. You know?
What specifically about cheating hurts you girls? Like, is it the physical act of it, or is it the potential that the man is going to fall in love with another girl?
I think sometimes it's not even like the guy likes the girl that they're cheating with, and it's not like they don't love you, but they're just insecure, like have other issues going on.
But let's say they're just out one night, they're not insecure, and they meet a girl, they have a good time.
If you're cheating, like if I use something really insecure,
I feel like that's how you're doing it.
That's how it's been explained to me. Like that's how cheating is explained to me.
Well, I mean, I can somewhat see that, but I think the right way to go about it is to really be more honest, just be open about it. I think guys that want to sleep with many girls.
Open about cheating.
Open about not open about cheating. Open about wanting to sleep with other girls.
I think that's fair. Also,
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that it's not always like all on the guy. Like I can fully admit that like I can't blame like the entire like class in our relationship. It's like he's a terrible person, he's a villain, he like doesn't make me good, and I'm like a total victim here. Like if you're being a good partner, I don't know. Like honestly, there were ways that I could have been. I'm not justifying cheating, but I am saying that like everyone always has a reason for their actions, and frankly, there were ways I could have been a better girlfriend. Just sort of like, I mean, obviously we're both young, we both have been better at communicating, but was sort of dealing with stress. But in that way, like, I thought I was being an amazing girlfriend, but by giving hints like I thought he would like need, but really that like wasn't what he needed at the time, and like he needed more like sexual validation, and I like wasn't giving it. So
Wait,
you're not giving.
hold on. He needed more sexual validation.
Yeah.
So he needed you just weren't sleeping with him enough.
I was just.
Or were you not doing the things he wanted you to do that made him feel desired?
I honestly, I was just dealing with some like personal stuff that made like when you get like stressed and stuff, sex is sort of just the last thing on your mind, and for him, he was taking it personally. Dealing with stuff and was not being there for him, and he was already butthurt, so he was like, okay, well,
But you feel like maybe it was possible that you were losing sexual attraction to him.
Yeah.
Which is normal.
Like, I don't think it's a bad thing our relationship ended. It was painful what happened, but...
Was that because of the stress, or was that because of how he was responding to it?
It was, I mean, honestly, it just goes back to, I also feel completely terrible. I feel like I don't know, I'm really like exposing a lot of like our relationship, but I'm not like naming any names, so,
That's good.
but I mean, basically, also if this like helps other girls, like I should say it.
It will.
I mean, at the end of the day,
The reason I asked the question is because
at the end of the day,
Tara, what you're describing, like, this is interesting to me because when I was growing up, I watched my family go through a tremendous amount of stress with things that were happening in our lives. The polarity and the chemistry between my mom and my dad fell way out of whack when they were going through the stress. I think that happens to a lot of families. And like the husband and the wife will stop having sex with one another because of the stress, and then the marriage starts to fall apart. So I guess like I'm curious, like looking back, like it sounded like you were going through a lot. It sounded like that made the relationship difficult to maintain. With everything that you were going through, was there anything that you as a woman could have done differently to better maintain the relationship?
well, yeah, just, I mean, communicate better. But also, I mean, at the end of the day, I was with someone who told me to my face, like, he cheated on me because he needed to for his ego.
Prior to him cheating on you, just communication.
I mean, prior to him cheating, I probably shouldn't have been with him in the first place.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not a lot. I mean, and that's just what it is at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm gonna run into problems, and I don't take it as like a huge victim moment. I say like, oh, we broke up because we cheated, but like, I'll just say like we're not compatible because.
So Tara, if you were with somebody that you were very compatible with, do you think you would have found yourself in a similar situation where you were so stressed that you were losing attraction, or do you think you could maintain the attraction?
No, I don't think that would happen now. I feel like I learned from that. yeah, I don't know. It was just like being more. Also, I was just with someone. He just like I needed someone in that time period too. Like I needed things from. I needed him, but he just.
Okay, we're gonna move on
Yeah, I
from
know.
this.
Just like more fun.
Something dating related you want to get off your chest?
Okay, so going back to my standards really aren't that high. You guys need to figure out what the heck you want. What do you want?
I mean, a lot of guys, if I can be totally blunt with you, a lot of guys want to be with a woman who doesn't have kids. And a lot of guys also want to see if they can finagle sex with a woman who does have kids.
Why?
Because dudes are horny and dudes want to have sex. And if you're talking to dudes on dating apps, 99% of them that you're talking to are going to want to have sex with you. Probably a small minority of them are going to want to be fathers to your children.
Well, kids or no kids, guys.
Yeah. I mean, this is prior to even having a child. So many times I run into guys who don't know what they want. They just mirror whatever you say to get in your pants, right? So
Low value dudes.
low value dudes, but at the same time, it's just over and over and over again. I mean, we're talking about 11 years dating experience right here. I mean, so where do we find these high value dudes?
We're trying
Are
to
you gonna say my point about like the anything you wanted to say about dating talk?
We'll come down to
Well, the answer to that.
The high value dudes are they're not going to be there for something they're not capable of. Before you had a kid, yes.
I mean, still, we're talking high value dudes, relatively speaking, small amounts of them, relative to most dudes. Most dudes aren't on top of their shit. They don't have their life together. They don't have their fitness together. They haven't built a life that's valuable. Most guys are working towards that. Well, I wouldn't even say most guys are working towards that. Some dudes are working towards that, but a lot of guys are they're fine just being average, you know? High value men, it's a small pool of dudes, which is part of the reason why I have a lot of passion for building a culture of building men into high value men. Like, I think every dude should be striving to become the greatest man that he can possibly be, you know, but not a lot of dudes have that philosophy.
So that's my problem.
Yeah.
What are your standards for a guy? Like, let's talk height. Let's talk finances. Let's talk.
So
I'm good in the
I
height
don't
department.
really narrow it down to a physical attribute, right? I
How
can't
tall are
say
you?
I'm 5'2".
Okay. Would you like? Well, you'd be okay dating a guy who's average height.
Yeah,
Like
I mean, I've
5'9",
dated
but-
guys
okay.
that are my height, or
Perfect.
even a little shorter.
Okay. Finances wise, what do
How
you?
tall are you?
5'2".
She's 5'2", so I mean,
Sorry.
I have heels
it's not
on.
hard for a guy to be taller than her.
No, not at all.
Finances wise, what? I mean, I assume that's kind of important because you want to have a family. So, bare minimum for a guy to make a year.
I don't have a standard on that. As long as your bills are paid, you don't have an astronomical amount of debt, you have good credit, so, you know, at least mid 600s, which is not even good, but it's something. You could get a loan.
If you don't mind me asking, how much do you make a year?
I'm not going to disclose that.
Can you give us
Is it above
maybe a
6
range?
figures?
No.
Okay.
No. So between 50 and 60,000, I'll tell you.
That's how much you make.
That's how much I
And would you like a guy who makes at least that much?
Well, I feel like if a guy is making less than, let's say, 45,000 a year, because right, there's tradesmen out there that are perfectly good people, you know.
They make good money.
They
all
make
the
great
trades.
money. They
Yeah.
do. I did construction for 2 years. Yeah,
Oh.
they make amazing money. But again, I don't put it on, you know, how much they're making because you can always make more. So I'm not going to put that
Let's
standard.
just say, what's the minimum? If you were to start dating a guy,
I would say
45,000.
if you have a decent job, you're making at least 40 to 45,000.
Okay.
If you have a decent, stable job,
Okay.
that's going to be.
What got you into construction?
So, so I wasn't throwing the hammer, right? I was doing admin work. But my mom is actually in construction, and so when I graduated high school, I got into a couple universities, but tuition went up $3,000 at the period that I was going to start. My parents weren't prepared. I didn't get to go to college. So I went right into the field and started working with my mom on Mary Medical Center in Santa Maria. I was on the last year of that project. And so that kind of catapulted me.
You live up north a bit, San Ynez.
Yeah, I live in Santa Ynez.
Okay, the rent I think is a bit cheaper up there. So
In Santa Ynez?
compared to
like Santa Barbara proper.
Yeah, it is. You know what we should do at some point? We should run the calculator for the girls.
Yeah, we could do that. Maybe
the female delusion calculator.
Oh, God.
So to speak.
Oh God.
It's funny. It's an interesting experiment.
Yeah, definitely.
Don't take offense to it.
We can go through it later. But I think probably the biggest issue to be frank, and I mean Chase kind of already said it, is a lot of guys are going to see, and you seem like a perfectly wonderful person. I think you're attractive.
Thanks.
But definitely still babe status. But I think a lot of guys are going to see, oh, she has a kid, and that's going to probably be a sticking point for them.
Exactly, but I'm talking from my experience with even the men who are okay that I had a kid, or that have a kid themselves. They don't have their life figured out. Like, what are you doing?
You're 29, right?
Yeah.
29. What's the oldest guy you've dated?
41.
So would you be willing to date an older guy? Because I was going to say maybe an older guy.
It's not
Still?
there. No.
I find that surprising. I feel like there's probably a lot of older dudes that would love to be with you.
There are a lot of older dudes, but Sandy and Nez is already filled with families or old people.
Well, yeah, like
yeah.
Solvang.
So,
Wait, Solvang or Sandy and Nez?
Solving and Sandy and Nez are not even like a mile apart. They're on top of each other.
Yeah,
like
there's not you're in a very small area.
Exactly.
It's
yes.
pretty. Is it rural? Is it considered rural
Yes,
or no?
It is.
Okay. I think you got moved somewhere.
Well, at the very least, you got to take the dating apps and broaden, the map. I mean,
Exactly.
the San Ynez Solvang area, there's very few dudes there.
So you guys are making an assumption that I will only date guys in San Ynez.
I'm not.
That's what you're implying. So I am, like, tonight after this, I'm going to go meet up with someone who lives in Ventura. And he's going to drive up to,
What?
And I'm gonna go
Why
get
is that surprising to you, bro?
Yeah, why is that surprising?
Why is that surprising?
You told me I needed to broaden my horizons, right?
That's what Chase said here.
And I stand by it.
Okay, so what Ventura? That's like that's a 45-minute.
Bro, she's looking for love.
No, well, he's going to meet me here. I'm not driving anywhere.
He's meeting you here.
I'm not going to drive down to Ventura. You're crazy. He's going to meet me here.
He's meeting you tonight?
Yeah.
After the show?
Yeah.
At 10 p.m.?
Probably.
For a first date?
Why not?
What are you guys doing?
Tuesday nights free.
Why is that surprising?
Well, it's a bit. I mean,
we're not sleeping together.
If you're looking for something serious, it's a bit. You might want something, but he might have the impression that she wants to meet me at 10 p.m. on a Tuesday.
I'm very upfront.
Do you think he's watching?
I told everybody that I was going to be on here, so
You want to say hi to him?
Hi.
Dude, I think that's too far of a distance. A lot of people say when it comes to relationships, it's about mutual attraction or shared interests or what are the loyalty, commonalities, shared values, convenience. I think I'm joking a bit. Well, convenience is very important. If you got to drive, commute, I don't know. I'm not going to date some chick in Ventura. I don't care if she's a 10. I'm not going to go to Ventura for her.
She's looking to a man to properly be with, though. If we're talking convenience, obviously you're
talking
it's
hookup
even
culture.
worse. No, but it's even worse for a serious relationship.
I will speak personally. No distance. If a woman is worth it, no distance is too great.
You'll go to Sweden. We know.
Bro, I already went to fucking Denmark, bro. No distance.
You actually went to Denmark?
Yes, I spent the summer in Europe to be with the girl that I love.
How was it?
It was amazing.
That's
one of the best summers of my life.
But I think it makes it almost worse. Like, it's one thing.
Bro, if you're a true romantic, no distance is too great, okay?
You gotta drive more than 20 minutes. It's a wrap.
Yeah,
bro,
that's a wrap.
If she's worth it, it's worth it, bro.
I mean,
that's love.
There's plenty of fish out there. I think that's what I'd say on
Not
that.
in San Ynez and
Well,
Solvang.
you maybe have to, because of your location, but...
I feel like I always hear about guys having like girlfriends in Denmark around this area.
Because there's a lot of hot girls in Denmark, and a lot of them come to school here.
Okay.
You wanted to come in on the something to get off your chest?
Yeah, just that I feel like girls usually have like a really negative assessment of like, are always like, oh, where are all the good guys or whatever, like all men cheat or whatever. But I don't feel that way. I don't know. Even though I've like been cheated on, I like still don't feel that way. I feel like I know like lots of very high value guys and girls telling themselves like there's only terrible guys out there. I don't know like who who that serves, and also I just think they're wrong. Like, from my experience, I've met like quite a few. I have like I don't know, like upwards of 10 like high value guys that have a problem finding like girls, and they are like, you know,
how do they have a problem?
Well, just not even that, but that even like high value guys get cheated on. And I think girls underestimate, like, even if they see a high value guy, they're like, oh, I can never be with that person. I don't know, but like, I think girls think that there's a very small amount and that they're super unattainable. And I super don't think that's true. I mean, on the one hand, you have to be like a high value like woman, but if you're that, I mean, I don't think you have anything to be worried about. There's nothing to stress about. You'll meet them.
I'd like to know, when you say high value woman, what exactly does that mean to you?
That's a great question.
Yeah, someone who knows what they want, takes good care of herself, has like good sense of humor.
We don't care about that.
You don't? Or
not at all.
Someone who has high standards for guys, who like has her priorities in line, has a good social life, knows how to have fun, balances things.
Here's a question. What do you think makes a good wife?
I feel like I really don't know what to say about this, but I'm guessing it's not that much different than what you would want in a good husband, considering it's like a partnership.
Very different.
Very different? Okay,
Yep.
well then I'm guessing it's someone who's more of like I guess that is true, but I guess so someone maybe more of like a caretaker, nurturer, I know for me as a wife, like my number one priority will be my kids, making sure they have everything they need, raising them properly.
Yeah, that's a good
correctly.
Mother. That's being a good mother. But let me reframe the question.
Yeah.
I want you to picture like the perfect guy in your mind for you to marry, okay? High value, handsome, probably funny, makes a decent amount of money, okay? A guy like that is going to have a lot of options that he can pick from.
Yeah.
He's going to be, if he's looking for marriage, he's going to be looking for a woman who's going to make a good wife.
Yeah.
Because there's women that make terrible wives and there's women that make great wives. What do you think you would need to embody as a woman to be that great wife for a guy like that?
Someone he would want to wake up to, go to sleep to every morning. So someone who will make his life positive, happy, fun, be the peace, not the pain kind of deal. So yeah, just fun, positive, loving, hot. It's fun to be hot. So healthy, like has their priorities in line. Yeah, and enjoys them and appreciades them.
I like how you started that answer. Have you guys ever heard the saying, it's a woman's job to make her man's dick hard, not his life hard?
That's disgusting.
But it's true. It's true.
I actually just saw something pop up just now that said, high value men don't cheat on high value women.
Well, he wasn't a high value guy, so I'm not worried about that in my case. But that's a great point. I totally think that's
the point's that it's really rare to find a woman who's truly high value, meaning that
I think that's true as well.
That she understands how important it is that she respects the man that she's with.
One thing that I don't think girls know enough about, and correct me if I'm wrong, but is that guys care way more about respect than I think girls think they do.
Yeah, that's everything.
Yeah, I think girls don't know that, and so that is the number one thing that, like, one of the main things that I look for, like, in a partnership. That's how someone I would respect, and am I showing him?
That's
respect?
how we operate. I mean, that's how men operate. We operate.
Girls
off
do not
of
think about
respect.
that. Girls, we say like, oh, we want respect. If girls wanted respect, they wouldn't choose guys that disrespect them every day of their lives. I'm telling you, girls don't care about respect in the way that guys do, even if they think.
That's why this equal thing isn't right, because you'll say a guy will say we need a woman to respect us, but we don't respect women in the same exact way, and girls will get upset by that. But it's not the same thing. We love women. We have to be respected in order to love them.
So a second ago, did you say that you want a man who you respect?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't respect, I feel that way with friendships as well. I mean, anyone in your life, if you don't respect them, they shouldn't be in your life. You're wasting both your time.
So I love that you said that, because this is, I think, one of the biggest problems in the dating world. A lot of guys are not worthy of respect. They don't command respect from their women. And it's not the kind of thing that you have to command, like, you have to respect me. It's not that kind of thing. I think dudes earn respect from their women.
Yeah, and it's an earning thing. It's a fun, like, positive thing to seek out guys who are worth appreciating and appreciating them. Like, that's like a win-win scenario.
Yeah, so I was going somewhere with that. My question to you is what what makes a man worthy of respect in your eyes as a woman?
That's a great one. It's okay. So worthy of respect, he has to have respect for himself, for his body, for his family, for his friends, know the worth of his social relationships, know the worth of his work, be ambitious, have like a genuine desire to contribute to his community, understand boundaries, be polite. It's kind of like a long list.
Do you think it's a good thing when there's boundaries in a relationship? Like,
Absolutely.
is it a red flag for you if a guy doesn't have boundaries?
Yeah.
What does that mean? What do you mean?
Like, when I say boundaries, I'm saying like if a guy just lets his girl do anything, and she can really control him, because a lot of girls will push that. They'll push for a guy that lets them do whatever they want to do, but then they'll leave him. So what I'm saying is
that comes down to respect.
That comes down to respect. Yeah. So boundaries, I think, are extremely important in a relationship.
Or trust. Like, if people trust each other in a relationship, they can do whatever they want to do, kind of. Not like that, but I think it's also trust and respect.
So can you get for example, like if you're going out on the weekend, like should your boyfriend let you go out on the weekend to the club?
Yeah, 100%.
Should your boyfriend regularly let you go out to the club without him?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, my boyfriend, I wouldn't care. As long as I trust him.
No, I was asking if he should be cool with you regularly going out to the club without him.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not like a one-way street.
If you had a boyfriend and he was regularly going to the club without you, you wouldn't see that as a red flag?
Okay, if he was going to the club without me and I wasn't there, for example, I'm like living in another state, in another city or something, but like, if we're in the same... out together, like that's a red flag, but other than that, like, live your life.
I'll speak for myself on this one. Like, so, okay, I don't go to bars, I don't go to clubs, I don't go to parties. I don't want, if I'm going to take a girl seriously, I don't want her going to bars, clubs, and parties.
Same.
Just one, it's a commonality thing, but also two, when women go to bars and clubs, that's how you flirt. That's how women flirt, is by showing up, just being there. So it's basically infidelity.
It's one of the biggest red flags.
Okay, I don't see it that way at all.
Mm-hmm.
So
Really? That's very
like
interesting.
I mean,
why is it interesting?
I think that's interesting because me as a female who, I like to go out. I get out maybe like once or twice a year, but I like to go out. When I go out, I'm not going out looking for a guy.
Yeah.
I'm not going out looking to flirt. I want to dance.
That's what girls say. That's what girls say.
I think almost all girls say that.
Okay, but
No, that's not true.
But
That's
I
not true.
mean
You can say that, keep saying it, but you know very well when you go out, you're looking for attention.
Not really.
Yeah, even if you're not looking for a guy, you could be looking for attention. Why else would you get?
going out.
I feel like even if you're not going out looking for a guy, you're looking for attention. Why else would you dress? Why else would
Exactly.
you spend 1 hour putting makeup on and any sluttiest outfit you own? It's at least attention. And I think I guess it's more that girls don't think like, oh, if it's just like attention, it doesn't count. That's not what you do when you're just hanging out with your girlfriends. You're in your pajamas.
Okay.
You're hanging out with
All
your
right. Here's the question to settle it. You guys say you disagree. Would you still get all dolled up to go out to bars and clubs and stuff like that if there were women zero present. Guys there?
Yeah.
You would.
Yeah.
Maybe not as hard, but we would still want
Some girls
to feel
go both
ourselves.
ways. Yeah, to probably to take photos.
Dolling
and
up makes us feel better.
Sometimes I doll myself up to walk down the street. Like,
but this whole idea that girls dress up for themselves, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's
How
bullshit.
expensive makeup's expensive.
Wait, hold on. One mic at a time, please. So, do you want to say something, and then we'll let Tara go?
Okay, sometimes I just do my makeup for absolutely no reason. Like,
when we feel bad about ourselves, we're like, we need to like get done.
Allie will come into the bathroom. She'll be like, "Are you doing your makeup right now?" And I'm like, "Yeah, just like for no reason."
Because we want to feel better about ourselves, so we
Exactly.
want to look good and
You guys
feel
don't
ourselves.
understand it.
No, that's understandable. I get
Yeah,
that.
it's not for a guy all
Sometimes
the
I just
time.
want to take pictures.
That's understandable.
You don't understand it. You never will.
You said sometimes we just want to take pictures. Who's looking at those pictures? Boys
And girls.
and girls, because you want female attention so much more than male attention.
Some girls go both
The only
ways.
reason you want
I'm
girls'
not-
attention, seeing you look good, is that they're jealous of you because you're getting male attention. I'm convinced of that.
I have one. I'll let you come in real quick. One quick question for you. So you said one of your big issues is that men cheating, right? If you could find a guy that you, let's say in magical world, you guaranteed knew that he would never cheat on you. His one condition, though, is that you could not go out to bars, clubs, and parties anymore, ever. Would you be with that man?
Absolutely not.
There it is. There
What
it
do
is.
you mean? Of course not. That's controlling, and I'm not here for
It's
that.
not. It's not. Here's the thing. Here's what Brian's getting at. Okay, if I find a girl that I want to make my wife, and I find her super attractive,
Okay.
yeah, because that's what I would do. I would make her my wife. I would ask her to marry me and then make her my wife. You say you are a feminist. You're 100%.
That is feminist.
You look. You heard me say that.
Oh,
You
I would
heard.
make her my wife. Like.
Yeah, because that's what I would do. What? You say that.
Make her your wife.
Obviously, she would want to be
She
my
has
wife.
her own life. She wants to be your wife too.
Of course, but she's not
She
going
wants to go to the club. She wants to do her makeup.
No, she's not going to want to go to the club. She's not going to want to go to the club. No, because here's the thing. That's another question. If I find myself. Brian was here. If I found some great people my wife, okay. If she's like, yeah, I want to go out to clubs all the time without you, it's like, okay, I don't want that because what happens is beautiful women go to clubs, you know, I chat all the time, and I don't want her in situations like that. I would be making her my wife, like
We would want another relationship. Exactly. Men would still have relationships. We would still have relationships.
Yeah, that's fine. That's we're talking about a club habit versus I just want to go.
Okay, but what if you want to go out with your friends to the club? That's what I'm talking about. Like, what if I want to go out with Alex to the club?
If I'm married, I don't see any reason why my wife needs to go to the club.
What if she
What do you mean your wife?
Okay, I think
Your
it's
wife.
Talking about the context of marriage.
we're both young and we like to party.
Why do you say my wife? Like, why do you say like my wife?
My wife, like, okay, so can you go to the club and your wife can?
I don't like that. I don't want to be with a woman that wants to go to clubs and get male attention.
I think it's different when men and women go to the club. The experiences that the two genders have are completely different. So I think it would be a bit more acceptable for the guy to want to go. But I think in our case, I don't go to bars, clubs, parties. So, and I think that's the case with Chase too. So not only is it just a commonality thing, but it's also just, oh, you're going to the club, you're getting drunk, guys are coming up, hitting on you. There's a potential for you to monkey branch. So like, brings up fucking some super high status guys. You're basically, when women go to bars and clubs, you are putting yourself in a position, putting the relationship at risk. What's a do people? When alcohol is involved, do people cheat? Do you think alcohol adds to the potentiality of infidelity?
Absolutely.
Heightened stimulation. Oh, this is really exciting. Oh, I'm with all my single friends. They hate fucking Chase. They hate Ryan.
Lauren, can I explain to you something? It's Lauren, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I have met probably 7 married women in the past 5 years or so that wanted to cheat on their husbands with me. Okay?
I can relate, bro.
Yeah. If you were my wife, you're an attractive girl.
Okay, well, I just went to Cabo, and every single guy that was on a bachelor trip was trying to fucking cheat, so
Okay.
nobody's loyal.
That's not true. There are people that are loyal. But if you were my wife and you were like, hey, I want to go to a club, one of the reasons why I wouldn't be cool with it is because if you went there, being an attractive girl, every dude in that club would see you walk in, they would ask if they could buy you drinks, they would start chatting you up, they would start flirting
That's
with
on
you.
trust, and then that's like where you have to have trust in the relationship.
There's plenty of husbands that trust their wives, and their wives still cheat on them. Okay? All it takes is a woman being around a guy who's charismatic and good-looking enough to talk to her just the way that she likes. She'll cheat.
That's what you say. You don't know that for sure.
Because I've seen it over and over again.
I've seen it too. But look at the stats.
Which is part of the reason why I won't be going to bars or clubs either, because I'm a man and I'm
If you're not going on any bachelor trip, you're staying in.
If I'm married, I'm not putting myself in a situation where I'm around attractive women.
So are you and your wife are going to go on no bachelor trip for you?
Together.
I don't know. It depends on what the bachelor trip
Trust me,
entails.
I've met a lot of guys on bachelor trips, and they're always down to cheat.
I think it's
I think
different.
that's just
wrong,
like a
and I disagree
not
with
great
that.
guy.
But that's not all guys.
So no
That's not all
bachelor
guys.
trip for you.
Hold on. You're using this one example. I know like 5 dudes, 5 of my friends that are married, and none of them had bachelor trips where they were putting themselves in situations.
Oh, it's all on
where
the
they were
women?
cheating.
Is it all on the women?
No, I'm not saying it's all on women, but you're saying all guys cheat on bachelor trips, no bachelor trips are bad. I'm saying, Lord, there's dudes that do bachelor trips and they don't put themselves in situations where they can cheat. Guys that do that are shitty guys.
Okay.
And that's my point. You're saying all guys do this, but that's not all guys.
For women.
What do you mean what's the I just explained it. Going to clubs, getting hit on, all that stuff.
Women just basically leaving their house, going to the bar, going anywhere social.
No, not going anywhere social. We can talk about going to a club.
Okay.
I'm sorry for men. A club where women are in tiny dresses getting drunk with a bunch of attractive guys. It's totally different. I'm not saying my wife can't leave the house. I'm not saying she can't go do
Bars
social
and clubs are
things.
the same thing.
The same thing as Trader Joe's.
The same thing is going out. The same thing is going to a restaurant with your friends or going to some outing. They're not the same thing at all.
I just think it's ridiculous. We even try to say like someone like
You think it's
can't go where they want to go.
You think it's ridiculous that I, as a guy, would not want a wife putting herself in
Me as a girl, I
situations.
can just have
Just listen to what I'm saying, Laura. You think it's ridiculous that I, as a guy, would want a wife not putting herself in situations where she can get hit on by drunk dudes and where she can get drunk. You think that's ridiculous?
a man who's actively taking care of himself. Whatever that looks like, as long as they're doing the work.
Attempting to actively take care of themselves. For the man who's in shape or the man who's fat?
It depends on who I'm more attracted to physically.
Your attraction is almost identical to both of them, with everything other than the level of fitness that they have.
Then it comes down to their personality.
Personalities are shape and strength. It's like that.
So those are two polar opposites. So if someone is morbidly obese, they're not personal. That's someone who's not taking care of themselves. That's not even valid. Yeah.
I think almost everybody would choose the person who's in shape.
I think if you don't have that preference, you're like severely confused. I don't know. If you're not prioritizing your partner, they take care of their health and they prioritize their health, you need to look for different quality people. Yeah.
So wait, what was your kind of quarrel with what I think Michael, right?
Yeah.
What Michael was saying.
Wait, what was that?
What were you saying before? You were saying that it's fat phobic. What were you
I
saying?
didn't say anything about
Because I was.
fat phobia.
I think it's wrong if guys don't want to date fat women.
Okay, are you imitating me?
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Sorry, just because I stepped away for a second. So what was it that you said?
I don't know. I honestly don't.
She just said it was mean. That was all she said.
Mean the guys.
What's mean? What is mean?
Mean guys prefer women who are in shape over women.
What is mean?
I would just say that it shouldn't all be about, like, okay.
Looks.
No, not about that. I mean, I feel like everything should factor equally.
Didn't you say earlier in the conversation
think
you
that-
like
okay.
guys that are jacked?
No, I never said that.
You didn't say
I
that?
never
Oh, no, you
said
just
that.
said, like, tall, dark, handsome, that kind of stuff.
I never said. Okay,
I think you
you
said-
asked me what my type was.
Yeah, you said it was mostly physical for you,
Okay,
not even personality.
no. But what if physical for me meant like he doesn't have to be shredded? I never said that my
Okay.
type is a guy who's shredded.
You're right. I got that wrong.
I never said
So
that.
what do you look for?
She likes fat dudes.
Fat.
But okay, what is your issue? I guess okay, we watched the
I
video.
don't like someone
You
who's
think it's
obese.
mean if
Honestly, I
girls,
like someone who is like into self-care. Someone who just gives a shit.
But okay,
about,
so the
like-minded.
the video is a morbidly obese woman complaining that.
I'm not saying okay, morbidly
Hold
obese.
on, let me finish.
I think
Yeah, let me finish.
The video is a woman who's morbidly obese who's trying to paint the narrative that it's somehow discriminatory or like fat phobic or just some sort of like marginalization that men don't want to date fat obese women. So, do you have an issue with men that don't want to date fat obese women? Do you think that's wrong of men to have that preference that they'd prefer to date women who are not fat?
I don't know. I guess everyone can have their preferences.
Okay, fair.
Yeah,
But
I will say that.
I feel like there was a but.
No, I'll just say everyone can have their preferences. Everyone has their preferences.
Okay, but do you think that that is an unjustified preference that men
I just
have?
think you shouldn't base everything on that.
On what?
On like, okay, you look at someone, they're like, I guess.
Morbidly
oh,
obese?
Okay.
I mean, her personality's dog shit too.
Yeah.
She's
Okay,
condescending.
in that case, I would say, yeah. No, I wouldn't want to go for someone who's morbidly obese and has a dog shit personality. But, you know, if they're morbidly obese, I mean, okay, I'm not talking about morbidly obese. I'm saying someone, okay, maybe they have like a couple extra pounds, they treat me like a queen, like, I really like them, they have a great personality, we get along. I'm not going to hold those extra pounds against them.
But okay, but she's morbidly obese. I think she's talking about like women who you would, if a woman has a little belly, like a little couple extra pounds, like you said. Most guys, that's probably fine. In fact, most men
that's what I'm
like
referring to.
thick
But
women.
he never said like morbidly obese from that.
Yeah, but she's morbidly obese and she's complaining about. I don't remember the exact words.
I don't want someone who's unhealthy.
That's right. Midtown, maybe on their way. That's yes, man. You gotta learn how to get past that.
Work on yourself and still become a man. Just because girls say that right now, like you can still prove yourself. You can still become a high value man if you're short, if you're fat. Like you work on yourself.
Short kings.
Yeah.
Build yourselves in the gym. Build your sense of humor. Build your sense of confidence. Build your social status. Build your career. Build all these things. Get that charisma, that fire of confidence inside of you. You guys can pull most women that you want. Women say that they prefer tall guys. You get an ultra charismatic short king around, they'll flock to him. I've seen it happen.
I like a guy who can make me laugh.
And then still get curved by the girl who wants a guy who's 6'3". Okay, so, yeah, no, I mean, obviously, improve yourself. But yes, men who are shorter do definitely face a added challenge when it comes to dating. So, okay, did anyone else want to come in on the reaction to the video? You didn't really, do you want to give your take? I don't think you spoke on it yet.
I really agree with Lauren pretty much, but I think that like body positivity is more popularized these days, I guess. But I'm personally attracted to physical looks first. But I don't know what to say.
I really liked your take, Tara. I thought you had a very good take on it.
Thank you.
It's kind of funny though, like how women can reject men for damn near nothing, but can get completely butthurt and have to mega cope when they get rejected by men. So
they have to make TikTok videos talking about how all men need to change.
It's just
I think women get off to rejecting men. I just saw a video on that. I think every time a man comes to you and you reject him, there's a little dopamine hit and you love it.
I can validate that.
Really?
I can validate that. Yeah.
I don't think that's true. That's not been like, I don't know.
It's probably,
I don't know. My friends, you
some
feel
women
really
do.
terrible. I don't know. Me and like other people I know.
say it again.
So I believe that many women get off to it a little bit. They like when men approach them and they just say no and they just look away and just blow them off.
You think they like the?
I think they get a hit of
validation.
It's validation.
And,
it's attention.
And possibly also a feeling of power, like I just reject.
Absolutely.
It's a total power trip.
Absolutely.
It's a complete
power
trip.
I don't think that's always the case.
It's
Like
probably case by case basis.
Yeah. I wouldn't even say that's like majority of the case. I think most times it's like girls feel really bad. They're like, what do I say to him? I don't want to hurt his feelings, but I'm just like not into it. Like I feel like most of the times girls like keep seeing guys that they don't like because they like don't want to hurt their feelings. At least that's my experience. But yeah.
What do you think?
I think that it goes both ways. It depends on the females, but I can validate that there are females out there that totally, like they go out to the clubs just so they can say no.
Yeah. What do you think, Liv?
I think for me it's a case by case. Like if a guy walks up to me with like a fat ego and it feels nice to reject him a little bit because, you know, take it down. But if he's a super nice guy and he genuinely wants to take me out and I'm just like not feeling it, I'll be like, I'm sorry, like no. But I really haven't I feel like I really haven't rejected anybody in person either. I've only rejected over
DMs.
Yeah, like DMs, texts, because they come in like really rude about it. That's when the ego comes in and it's like, no.
How often do guys hit on you in person these days?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Never.
Never.
I've been told I'm very intimidating, and so I don't get approached very
Do you wish guys came up to you more?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd provide more opportunity. I just said I'm only free on Tuesdays, so if you see me at the grocery store, you know.
What about you guys?
Wait, you're only free on Tuesdays?
Yes.
So if a guy, like, let's say you've been dating a guy for 3 months,
Yeah.
still only free Tuesdays?
I mean, if my daughter goes on a sleepover or hangs out with her friends, goes to her friend's house, then sure. But I have my daughter 24/7.
Yeah, we will get to your question, by the way. Wait, so then, I mean, don't you think that this is just another, like, if a guy had a choice between dating a woman who's only free on Tuesdays versus dating a woman whose her schedule's pretty wide open, that's another detractor.
I have less of a chance, absolutely. But you just asked if I wish that guys would approach me more.
Yeah.
So they don't know that. They don't know I'm only free on Tuesdays and they just see me around.
Sure. Okay. Rest of the girls, you want to answer his question?
This guy and his fucking scooter, man.
Fucking scooter guys, man.
I guess in terms of rejection, we often, going back to the club scene, a guy will buy us a drink, and ladies tend to use men for, a drink.
Yep.
We may run away. I guess that's a form of rejection, but yeah, I don't know if that has to do with ego or like, oh, he thinks we're cute, let's get a drink from him, and then like, F him, let's run away really quick because he's not our type, he's, whatever.
I wonder, just on that drink thing really quick, and I don't know if this is really a thing, maybe I'm reaching here, but do you think that, Chase, maybe one of the other reasons why men might have an issue with a woman going to a club is that men are going to be buying them drinks, and that's almost fulfilling the provider role in a way, and it's like, maybe I'm like kind of grasping here, but
I think you're projecting a little bit with the provider thing. Unless a guy is like balling out, ordering them really expensive liquor in an effort to show off, then a woman might be like, "Ooh, this guy has money."
I would consider it like crossing the line of cheating. I think like it's not just. I don't think it's cheating if a girl goes out to a bar, but I do think if she accepts a drink from the guy, it's like
Such
kind
a
of
red
crossing
flag.
the boundary of cheating.
yeah.
So,
Yep.
I mean,
That's
some
a good
guys
point.
like it
You're
though.
That's a good
you're
point.
inviting the attention.
I mean, yeah, that literally
Inviting-
says that. I mean, I consider that like a.
I'm
accepting
your
like bid.
Anyways, you guys answer his question.
Can I just say one thing too?
Sure.
This might be very controversial,
Do it.
but
Be controversial.
if a girl is hitting on the guy that if a girl is hitting on a guy that I'm dating, like honestly, I don't care because I see it as a compliment. I'm dating a guy that's attractive.
Girls don't hit on men. Generally
Girls should.
speaking.
But I'm
Making
actually
a good
speaking
point though.
from experience, so yeah, that might just be me, but
I think a lot of women probably feel the same way because
Yeah.
women want guys that other women want. It validates.
exactly. Like I really don't care. Like a million girls come up, like, and also I think I have a lot of trust in my partners.
I'll say this real quick on that. This is a really important point, especially for the dudes out there that are trying to figure out what's going on in the dating world. If a girl is with a guy and she sees a lot of women want him, that's going to make him very attractive to her.
Exactly. That's why when guys go out with their girl or with another girl, automatically they're going to get way more female attention. Way more female attention. Because it's a pre-approval thing. It's pre-approval. Guys are not the same way.
Have you guys ever known a guy and like maybe he hit on you and like you weren't really that into him and then you got a girlfriend and she was attractive and it changed kind of the way that you looked at him? Has that ever happened? No.
Oh yeah, all the time. That's what happened to my lucky ex-boyfriend. I am like convinced of it. There's something called like the Pete Davidson effect. I don't know. That's what I call it. But like, if a beautiful, stunning girl is dating a mid guy, like nothing like amazing, he is the hottest thing that's ever happened in this town.
And listen to this.
I kind of do agree.
Women need their female counterparts to co-sign.
Yeah, 1,000%.
Like men, we don't need to go to our guy friends and be like, "Oh, what do you think about her?" Like, no, we don't need that. But like, women will ask their fucking girlfriends, or if it's just already, if there's a situation like you guys described where the guy's getting hit on, then.
Speaking of which, tip for all the dudes out there that want to become better with women: if you start talking to a girl, she introduces you to her friend group. If you can charm her friend group and make them like you, it will make you so much more attractive and likable to her.
How do you feel if you're dating a girl and then all of a sudden all your homies like think she's really attractive? How do you feel about it?
I mean, I want to be like, yo, like,
Back off.
I know she's hot, but back the fuck off.
Okay.
That'd be
Don't rock
weird
your shit.
if a dude, like a guy friend, was like saying that. I mean, if he's, is he complimenting?
Not saying it in that way, but like if your friends think your girlfriend's pretty.
There's a bro code, right?
Okay, yeah.
And like, let's say I start dating a girl, and he's like talking to me about how hot she is and stuff. Like, there's a point where it's like, okay, yeah, thanks, bro. I know, and he's gonna be like, yo, like, great job.
Exactly.
Okay.
But if he fixates on it, it's like, yo, what's going on with you, dude? Like, what's this obsession you have? When I was in college, there was this girl that came around with guys, and we all thought she was super hot. but one of my buddies started dating her, and all of the rest of us like backed the fuck off. That's what guys are supposed to do, you know. Huge cause for concern.
Whereas most girls, it's like you want to show them off, right? You want to be like, hey, like, look at this, is my guy. Like if you get with that high value man, you're showing him off. I mean, a lot of your girls.
Anyone if you're dating them, you try to get their high value.
I'm going to do some super chats here. We got Mr. Mike Davis with the $10 super chat. The only two people that belonged in astrology are non-religious women desperate for an identity, and culture, usually white. Oh wait, we already did this one. My bad. Okay. Elder Scrolls with the $10 super chat. She's a 10, but she still eats seed oils.
Yes, dude. Elder Scrolls based, bro. Seed oils are one of the biggest problems in the Western world right now. It's actually why so many people in America are obese.
If you guys, can I bring up this point as a tangent for seed oils? It's related to dating.
What's up?
So, if you know what's up with seed oils, you probably know what's up with like women's hormonal birth control. You know, you got to cut that out too. So, one of my beefs with feminism is that telling young girls that hookup culture is good for them, empowering to them, makes them just more dependent on birth control. And yeah.
And to add on top of that, birth control affects women's fertility long term. There's a lot of women.
There's a million reasons to like not be. I mean, there's reasons to be on it. I don't want to like go crazy on birth control, but that's just related. Like that's just a beef with feminism. It makes you more dependent on taking a pill every day of your life since you're 16. That's crazy.
And it causes nutrient deficiencies, affects their fertility long term. You know what the fucked up part about it is? Nobody, when they're young, gets taught about the fertility method of not getting pregnant.
Yeah, you know what girls don't know? Only 5 days. Let me know if any of you guys do this, but there's only 5 days of your menstrual cycle where you can actually conceive. The other 25 days, there's no chance of you getting pregnant. You cannot be pregnant.
You do that. Did you guys know that? I hadn't heard that until like last year.
Yeah, it's your
Which
it's like a little window.
So dumb. Yeah.
That's why when women get older, they literally tell their husband or whoever they're with, we have to do it tonight at this time because that's when I'm like the most fertile. That's literally a thing.
It's 3 days before and after ovulation or something, right?
It's the 5 days up to and including the day of ovulation.
Okay.
TRP is soon giving a lecture again. Okay.
Yeah, it's based though. Women need to know that.
Yo, but what about the copper IUD? Copper IUD, that's non-hormonal.
There's so many complications. Yeah, I don't want a piece of metal in my body for what? So I can have like more me to a stomach.
My mom's a nurse, and she was a Dell room nurse for a while, like delivery room, and she actually delivered a baby 2 years ago to teen parents that came out holding the IUD. Like literally was born with the IUD in its hand.
What?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a big fuck you to the mom and dad, but like, you know, it's just
Good times. Okay, the more you know. Davon Jackson with the $10 super chat. Being obese shows a lack of discipline, so you tend to question other habits they may have. Very good point. The people the one lady was referring to that put in effort and don't see results are a small minority. Yeah, that's a really good point because, I mean, if someone's overweight, someone's fat, someone's obese, that points to, I think, a character defect or a character flaw. They're not, taking care of their health. What other bad habits do they have, So, Mike Davis with the $10 super chat. If Blondie thinks men are being hard on the fatties, I'll give her a lifetime free pass to Double Whoppers so she can be a real ally and support her fat ass sisters in their struggle. Mike Davis is the GOAT.
I just eat what I want to eat.
By the way, he owns I think he's actually just recently he's acquired a couple of other chains of Burger King.
He said he didn't own Burger King. He owned other things.
No, he's definitely on some Burger Kings. He for sure owns Burger
Some
Kings.
people are super skinny and they're not healthy.
Yeah. He used to be in the Subway business, but after the chair
thing. You just want me to eat a bunch of burgers, so I can give him money.
Did you talk last time you were on about how birth control affects women's interest in men?
I didn't talk about that. I went really into specifics about how different differences on the menstruals, where you are in the menstrual cycle will affect men. But that was for women, not on birth control. I don't know what it's like.
Were you saying that when women are closer talking, it's more like alpha male chat?
Yeah. they prioritize physical attractiveness over.
Have you seen the literature on birth control and female attraction and how it changes it?
Yeah, I've seen some of it. Yeah.
That's pretty crazy shit.
What is it?
So are the women more masculine?
Dude, so women, on average, on birth control, prefer men with more quote-unquote like beta features and more like feminine features, and women off birth control prefer men with more masculine features.
I have to say this is really interesting as a person who's been on birth control since high school.
Do you agree or disagree?
I think it's situational.
Okay.
But, I can say that I definitely don't prefer a more feminine male. I can say that it does affect, my hormones and my overall.
Does it affect pheromones? The pheromones?
Big time.
Okay.
That's a big time.
Really?
Oh yeah. They did another study. Women who were on birth control. So through pheromones, people can detect the immune system of like a partner and whether or not their immune system is compatible with the other person's immune system. Women off birth control are better able to detect a man who has a complementary immune system to their own. Women who are on birth control have a much harder time detecting pheromonally a man's immune system and whether or not it's complementary. It like totally scrambles the wires. They can't smell which men are complementary to them.
Maybe that's my problem.
Could be. Let me get back to the super chats here. Davon Jackson with the $10 super chat. I have no sympathy for women who are disqualified for the decisions they make. Weight, going out, single moms, etc., who disqualify men for how they were born. Okay, so Davon, are you talking about like height? That's what I suspect.
Specifically, small decisions they make. Disqualify men.
That's probably. That could be height. That could be peen size. That could be if they're balding. Then have a male pattern of baldness. Some guys get it even starting in high school. So, Dave, I'm thinking the $10 super chat. Green Lantern with the 9 British pounds, I believe. Would you date a bi man for the guys? Would you date a bi girl? We'll go around the table really quick on this. Yes or no?
Yeah.
You date a guy who's bi?
Yeah.
Okay, a guy who sleeps with men.
I'd rather explicit dating relationship. Like I wouldn't want to be sleeping with other guys. Is that what you were saying?
Well, no, it's just, let's say a week before you hook up with the guy, he was bottomed out by a dude. Just bent over on the bed and just ran.
I don't have a preference on that.
BBC? Huh?
No, I don't have a preference on that.
For 4 years prior to, you don't care. For 4 years prior to meeting you, he'd only been taking it from dudes, and then he was like, porn I like.
I personally like a bi man.
I like guys are kind of
Me too. That's one of my types.
I think
for
it's
sure.
hard.
Are you guys
I
on
think
birth
they know
control?
what they're doing.
Are you guys on birth control?
No.
I am, and I like bi men.
I like
femme men.
Can you explain that? Like when you say you like femme men, like what?
Kind of have like a girl.
They're more
But-
artsy.
Pretty.
They can
Are you
not
attracted?
judge
Like
a
you're more
girl's
attracted,
image.
or
Sometimes.
I think girls.
are you into girls?
Sometimes.
Okay, well there we go.
Have you guys ever hooked up?
No.
No.
To meeting you, he'd only been taking it from dudes, and then he was like, porn I like.
I personally like a bi man.
I like guys are kind of femme.
Me too. That's one of my types
I think
for
it's
sure.
hard.
Are you guys
I
on
think
birth
they know
control?
what they're doing.
Are you guys
more
on
than straight
birth
men.
control?
No.
I am, and I like bi men.
I like
femme men.
Can you explain that? Like when you say you like femme men, like
They
what?
kind of like a girl.
They're more
But-
artsy.
Pretty.
They can.
Are you
not
attracted?
judge
Like
a
you're more
girl's
attracted,
image.
or
Sometimes.
I think girls.
are you into girls?
Sometimes.
Okay, well there we go.
Have you guys ever hooked up?
No.
No, we're best friends.
Okay. Said package deal, both interested in girls. Figured maybe.
Definitely have a lot
Yeah.
of guys like.
Want us both at the same
Yeah.
time. For sure, but I think bi
Have
men
you guys ever
are
done
more
that?
down to earth.
That'd be a really lucky guy.
But you haven't done that.
No. A lot of propositions.
Yeah, that's some top secret info.
Would you date a bi guy?
A definite no.
That's a no from me.
Hold on, Kiki.
Ew, a no.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't.
No, most
Oh,
likely.
would you date a bi girl?
No. Probably not. I mean, it's possible, probably not.
Okay. Chase. I date a bi girl. I date a bi girl.
I just feel like there's more like the potential for risk there.
I think guys sometimes find bi women more attractive. Like guys find it when girls are making out, hooking up, they get turned on and think it's attractive. From what I've seen, from personal experience.
A lot of my friends find that hot.
It's true, but it's just them being bi. It's like there's something about it. It's like you're kind of more likely to potentially sleep with another man too.
It's
just
also different. Like with girls, it's like so chill. But like with guys, I feel like there's different.
That's true.
Like you.
Yeah, I mean, but I think if we're talking about that, that's no big deal. But if it's like if she's actively dating like other girls, it'd be kind of like that's kind of weird. Like I don't think I would want that.
Oh.
If she's like actively like if she's just hooking up with another girl, like sure. But if she's dating other girls, it's like probably not.
Are you just saying that because or like you actually think?
No. I wouldn't want like a girl that's actively dating other girls, most likely.
You mean like actively dating, like you guys? She's dating someone when you're dating her, or just like in general?
Like when I'm dating her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
But
Well,
you mean or even in the early stages, you wouldn't want to be dating a woman who's dating other.
It's just like because I think about it in terms of marriage. So it's like when I think about dating a girl or being with a girl, it's like I'm thinking about marriage. So if the girl is like hooking up with other girls, it's like I'll view her as maybe a potential partner for like a one night stand or something. But I don't really think that. I don't think that's marriage material.
Why wouldn't you three date bi guys?
This kid is so nice.
I think that it's more risk as far as, the temptation. It's double the probability that they're going to stray away from your relationship.
I just think it's just turn off. I don't know how I can like imagine like a guy I'm supposed to be having sex with I just simply don't understand how that just wouldn't be attractive. That would just be like an instant turn off.
Maybe I can also frame it this way. Would you guys be down to peg a guy?
No.
You would not be down to peg a guy.
No.
Why not?
That doesn't turn me on.
It doesn't. What if it turns him on?
I don't care.
But would it be a turn off for you? I'm trying to get at something. Would it be a turn off for you to peg a guy? Would it be a turn off for you?
Kind of, because that's like not.
What? It's a fair question.
I mean,
you can say.
This is like such a different subject. It's like one is okay if we're into bi people, and the other one is like what we like in the bed.
Yeah.
You're allowed.
It's such a ridiculous question.
It's
really.
It's so easy. It's so easy to admit. Yeah, it's a turnoff. I don't want to take it.
Okay, and then you also ask, is dating a bi guy like are we into that or not? I don't care. But yeah, personally, we're in the bedroom. This is a different conversation. I'm not down. So
That's fine. That's totally fine.
That's a good answer.
So do you think if you're dating someone who's bisexual that they're not going to want you to participate in some of those
That's not where I was going.
I mean,
That's a fair question. That's a fair question.
That is fair.
But the point I'm trying to make is that it would kind of be putting you in a role where you would be dominating the guy, and you would find that unattractive to be dominating him in that way.
So difficult. Are you into being dominated or
Anyway, okay, whatever. Next super chat here.
Yeah.
We got Jordan Huber here with the $10 super chat. Why is it when men have standards, it's controlling or insecure, but if women have standards, it's knowing their self-worth or what?
That's a great question.
That's actually a fantastic point. Liv, what's up? You're really pretty knowledgeable. Jordan Huber, thank you for the $10 super chat. That is a fantastic point, though, because definitely men in today's day and age are not allowed to have preferences, standards, and boundaries. When we do and when we voice them, it's almost always met with contempt or some sort of shaming language, or you're insecure, you're an incel, you're a misogynist, just some sort of shaming language. Men are not
women apparently have a monopoly on having preferences, standards, and boundaries. The second that a man has one, oh, it's discrimination. Or, one of these shaming terms. So
Controlling. It's always controlling.
Controlling, insecure, small dick energy, blah, blah, blah.
What I think that is a cultural conditioning that's happening societally to demasculinize men and break up the family home.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
They are trying to destroy the nuclear family.
They are. The nuclear family is the strongest, so that's where they're going to get us.
Yep. Damn, based. What a legend. Your name's Ashley, right?
Correct.
Ashley the legend. Ashley the... Okay, anyways. So that's it for the super chats. On to our next topic. Okay, so would you rather find out your boyfriend spent $5,000 on a sex doll, or that he cheated on you with a girl who's ugly?
Great question.
Oh my god. How much money do we have in the bank is the question.
He's like maybe $70K a year type of guy. Liv, we'll start with you. Go ahead, Liv.
I was just gonna ask, is he fucking this ugly girl over and over, just like he would do with the doll?
No, well, I think it's like probably I don't know. I didn't think the question that far through. Let's just say he's cheating on you.
Okay, so it's like an affair.
One night stand.
Yeah, maybe let's just say he did it once.
Okay, one night stand versus the sex doll.
Versus the sex doll. It costs $5,000.
I mean, if we have money in the bank, I guess I'd rather find out he bought a sex doll rather than going with a whole nother girl. But then again, if the girl's ugly, it might be a confidence boost.
Isn't that like so sad though? Wouldn't it be so sad?
I don't know how I would answer that because that's such a weird question. Obviously, I'd want to find out he bought a sex doll over that he cheated. I don't know.
$5,000? Like, he just spends $5,000 to have sex with a doll over like a real person.
Then yeah, I'd probably rather have him cheat with like an ugly girl.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Keep it up, Eric.
Why is that because it'd be pathetic for him to be having sex with a doll, spending way too much money on it?
It's just,
Also, what conversation did I just have?
that's what I'm saying. I think I would rather, I'd probably rather find out he's cheating with an ugly girl because it's like, one, she can have you, two, no money out of my pocket, so, or our bank account.
So he spent your money on the doll.
Oh, I'd be pissed, than the ugly girl.
I want to wait for my next question until she's back. We'll skip this sex one. It's kind of dumb. What was if you had to choose, would you rather your boyfriend cheat on you? If you had to choose, would you rather find out your boyfriend spent $5,000 on a sex doll, or that he cheated on you with a girl who's uglier? I've got that. What would your answer?
We didn't get to answer
Well,
yet.
okay, we'll let you guys go. We'll let you guys go on that really quick. Just give us a quick answer to that.
Well, my answer is that I think they're both equally bad because if he's going to spend $5,000 on a doll, then you're obviously. Well, no, I mean it's the fact that he finds more validation in the doll or the other woman. I think is
They're both
terrible.
equally bad.
They're both equally bad.
Be gentle. Be gentle.
I would definitely way more prefer the sex doll because that makes me think that he was like caring about my feelings probably, and then also isn't exposed to the risk of STDs or having a child with that person, which is like worst case.
Yeah, low-key agree with that. He's trying to step up his sex game. Doll, practice some crazy moves. I don't know. Does the doll have an opinion? Does she get to give him reviews after?
Was it consensual?
Yeah, I don't know.
What would you guys think of him after the fact, finding out he bought a doll?
I would just be like, what can I do better? Probably.
Yeah, I think that's fair. If he prefers an inanimate object to you, it's not a good sign.
Yeah, either way, it's not a good thing.
Because if he's spending $5,000, I would think it'd be as realistic as possible. So that does kind of, That's a question that you really have to think about before you answer because there's so many factors that could go into that.
Okay. I want us to react to a video. Actually, I think, did we get a super chat? Did we?
Did we do this one? Did we do this one?
These women have been socially engineered. No, we have not. These women have been socially engineered and have acquired tastes that aren't genuine to them. When push comes to shove and they had to be stuck with one man, they always choose a real man.
Yep.
That's facts.
That's true.
Mike Davis, Mike Legend.
Mike Davis always coming in with the flavors.
I'm surprised there's not more roasting, though, Mr. Mike Davis.
Yeah, we need some roasting. There's a lot to roast here. Mike.
You know what? Do you think it was kind of related to our previous conversation as far as like people being? Should we pull up the Crowder reaction clip? Go for it, Chase. What do you think?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. This is related to our discussion about how, when you're, if you're 22, that, you just go to the club, like whatever. So, Eric, if you can pull up the crew clip in the video tab.
Shout out.
I might have put it in hidden folder. Yeah.
Do you guys know his show got featured on Steven Crowder? Big influencer.
Did you know Steven Crowder?
No, go back up. It might be go up.
It's a pretty big deal.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
All right, so let's watch this first really quickly. There was a group of women on a podcast. It's making the rounds. And I guess the host, I'm not familiar with it, but the host kind of, called them a task and they didn't know what to do with it. They're proclaiming what a wonderful thing it is for women in their 20s to not be in relationships. And they use these broad terms like explore themselves. Anyway, just see how this goes down.
I know that they're talking to a bunch of guys, so why would I close myself off to just that one guy? I don't know. Do you guys agree? Yeah, like why would I take someone seriously when clearly they're not taking me seriously at all? Yeah, especially because we're all like in our early 20s. Like this is the time to like explore and find yourself too. Exactly.
When you say explore and find yourself, does that mean just like get run through by a bunch of dudes? Just
no.
I just want to translate.
Where did you get that?
I'm just translating.
Literally finding who you are, like.
The correct answer is yes. That's what they meant.
Or girls.
Yeah. Yes. Here's the thing. We're in our 20s. Yeah. The World War II was won by women in their 20s. Like that was a big part of the war effort. Yeah. Like back in the day, women in their 20s were working. They had children. They had established families. They had a home. You don't have to in your 20s have a bunch of meaningless relationships and one night stands. It is true. There is a double standard. Just to be clear, there is a double, and it's not that we're setting it. Biology is setting the standard. Men don't have that kind of a window. Men can have kids well into their, Abraham. I mean, you go probably into your 90s. I don't know, but I'm sure it can be done. I mean, you need assistance. But you do have a certain window. And if you're saying, I'm going to waste my 20s, then women often get into their 30s and they go, whoa, they end up settling. See, I'm not going to settle for anything less than perfect when you're in your 20s, and then you end up settling for a trash bag in your 30s because now you're up against the clock. And I'm not saying, just to be clear, people use this term slut-shaming all the time. No, look, I'm not slut-shaming anyone, okay? That being said, look, can we all acknowledge that not most women are whores, okay? Let's be clear about it. Probably not even a plurality, okay? But some are. And it's a bad idea. Are we not allowed to say that some are at this point? If you're just going on and you're going into it with the mindset of I am going to sleep around because it's my 20s. Some women are.
And we'd like to thank your dad. Find guys that are serious about you. Don't settle for the guys that obviously aren't taking you seriously. By the way, if you want to be taken seriously, be somebody that can be taken seriously as well.
It's this baseline. I get it. It's this baseline. Well, we're in our 20s. This is what we do. Same thing happens in college. I was in college, so I, was getting ripped all the time. Look, I drink. I'm not someone who I don't drink a lot. I have no problem with people who drink. I have no problem with people who do these things responsibly. But to say, well, the baseline is if you're in college, it's 4 years of glorified alcoholism. It doesn't have to be that way. Right. And this is perpetuated by, of course, the entertainment industry saying, this is what women should do in your 20s. This is what you should do in college. No. You can make good decisions at any point in your life. And they're so dumbfounded. Like, is that what No, that's not what we mean. Well, what do you mean? I mean, have a bunch of relationships and sleep with a lot of guys. Okay, here's the issue. And I will say it is a double standard. Because why am I a slut if I do this and men aren't? Okay. That is true. Here's why. You're the gatekeeper. Your set point, women, you control access to sex, right? Because your natural set point is no, I don't know, prove your worth. A man's natural set point is please. So, You are the rate-limiting factor. Take advantage of it. We try to empower women by stripping them of something with which they're powerful. The ability to pick a suitor. You've given it away.
Yeah, you have value.
Yes.
You know?
You have inherent value.
Yeah, that you can use. Like, if I ever hit rock bottom, I just can't go out and sell myself.
No, you can't.
No. Well, I can. It's just going to be to other men.
Yes, exactly.
All right, so that's Steven Crowder reacting to one of our videos. Let's have Frank, thank you for the super chat. We'll get to it after we have the people's reaction here. Your reaction to the video. And he touched on a couple different points, but your reaction.
I think, what did he say? Like, we're giving away our value as women?
Well, he said a lot of things, but I mean, one of the things that we sort of talked about earlier on with sugar,
I
find that.
We're giving away our value as women?
Well, he said a lot of things, but I mean, one of the things that we sort of talked about earlier on in the show is that you don't have to, even though you're young, you don't have to go through a hoe phase, basically. You can be trying to find that long-term serious guy.
I mean, I think in that regard, it's really up to the person. If you find the right person, some people find the right person in high school, for example. Meet that person in high school, they settle down with them, they essentially.
Please talk into your mic.
Sorry. I think some people, for example, they meet their forever person in high school. Some people, you don't get married until they're in their 30s. It's really up to personal preference.
Do you agree that our culture right now pushes girls to be basically promiscuous and have lots of sex?
I think society now just pushes women to have their own choice, because women traditionally, not men, have always had people like rules on saying what we can and cannot do, kind of in terms of sex. So now I think it's like we want to liberate women.
Yeah, because I think that's kind of the point that Steven was making, is that we push that in the culture right now for girls to go out and find themselves, meaning have lots of sex, and that is going to lead you to, down the line, realize that that's not something that, like, you're probably going to regret it. A lot of girls are regretting it, and the good thing is that YouTube is now, there's more girls out there putting content out about this exact thing. Girls that were feminists way in their 20s, now they're in their 30s talking about how they wish that they hadn't done some of the things they did in the past. And I think it's important that girls look at that and learn from it.
I think just for me personally, like, if the right guy, I think this whole for me is if and when the right guy comes around, like, I'm ready and I'm open to it. I'm not like waiting for some specific age for that. I'm not waiting for some specific age for that to happen. I'm also not trying to get married too early. I'm not trying to get,
When do you want to get married?
I really don't have a specific, if the right person comes along.
Let's say the right guy came along tomorrow and he was like, Lauren, you're amazing. Like, let's go out.
There's a lot of guys that don't say, Lauren, you're amazing, but...
Lauren, hold on. 6 months down the line, you guys have really hit it off. You've fallen in love. And he's, like, perfect.
Okay,
and
honestly...
And he wants to marry you. Would you do it?
I'm someone who does really, like, think with my heart a lot. Yeah, if it was the right person and I really loved him, then, yeah, I would. I honestly would, so...
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that.
I mean, for me, it's not more about, like...
I was expecting you to say, I want my freedom until I'm, like, later in my 20s.
No, I think with my heart a lot. Honestly, if someone came along tomorrow and we just, like, clicked, because that happens for me. Someone will come along and I'm just like, oh my god, I need this person. Yeah, I think if that were to happen, I would definitely be like, that's the person for me. But right now, that's not happening, so I'm not going to force it to happen just because society's like, you should get married at this age.
Your reaction to the video.
Well, I think hookup culture is still perpetuated. I mean, on my TikTok, I see all the time, like, people giving advice for, like, guys you're hooking up with, like, all this stuff about, you know, in college, like, who you're hooking up with, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, I do agree with Lauren in that it's, like, a personal
thing. Like, if you don't want to engage in that culture, you don't have to. Yeah, but I do think social media and society still pushes that in some ways.
I mentioned this last time I was on, but I have a very strong opinion that our modern culture is heavily promoting and pushing hookup culture and casual sex on younger girls, telling them it's empowering, telling them it's good for them, telling them it's how they're going to find themselves, even though I don't know what you're learning about yourself by having sex with a guy. Tell me where, like, is it the pillow talk where you learn everything about yourself? You can't be doing that in any, like, more meaningful way.
Do it! Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to press that one. My bad. I did not mean to press that button. My bad. Sorry, keep going. Keep going.
And then, on another note about, like, what if, you know, like doing this, like having fun, sleeping around until the right guy comes around. Personally, I feel like I am not only like welcoming and attracting like the best guy possible by abstaining from hookup culture, but that is like I don't see it as like I'm denying myself by not hooking up with or going out with guys who I know I'm just aren't the type that I'm looking for. It's more of like I enjoy the fact that I feel like I'm rewarding my future partner and like my future husband and stuff by having my priorities in line and protecting
I can
like
tell
my body
you,
and word.
Tara, 99% of guys are going to really appreciate that.
Yes.
I mean, I hope so. I mean, I'm just going off the impression that that's like I think it was a lie to like tell girls that the ego boost you're getting from having sex with tens and tens of guys is worth not only just like the STD birth control things you're like exposing yourself to, pregnancy risk, but just I just
How did you get to this point? Because a lot of girls, like you just said, like guys will really listen to you if you say these things. We look for that. So, but how did you get to that point?
That's a good question. I definitely feel like I was lied to, like when I was younger. Lied to in the way of the pressure to like be a strong, independent woman by having casual sex was very strong. That is the right way to do it. That would be good for me in the long run. I have no one. I mean, my parents were never sort of strict about sex. I never felt any family pressure. I didn't grow up religious. I'm religious now, but I didn't have that before to be compelling me towards some sort of, route sexually. I just sort of had to find it on my own. But it was really just, it was a combination of just being self-reflective and asking myself, what am I getting out of this? Because I feel like I'm not getting anything. I think I deserve better.
Are your friends sharing the same beliefs as you?
Yeah, that's also a good question. Something that I was going to say, because I'm a 21-year-old girl, having the time of my life, like in my 20s, but I don't drink and do alcohol. I don't, drink and do drugs heavily. I'm not like going out to frat parties every night. I don't engage in casual sex or like hookup culture. And I would still say, compared to my friends, I'm happier, I'm healthier, and I have a more stable sense of like my self-worth and my priorities in line. And I advocate to them every day, like all day, every day. They'll be like, why is this guy, like, they'll be so fixated on how do I get this guy to take me seriously? But all they want to do is meet guys at a club downtown or meet him at a frat party. And I'm like, come on, I don't know. I feel like there's your hint.
So I found the video interesting, especially since I don't think your age is a excuse to have a certain type of behavior. When I was 22, I was having a baby, and I was having a family, and I was working full time. So in those aspects, it's like there is a whole hookup culture that now that I'm in the dating world again, is so hard to relate with. It's so difficult to relate with these people because I obviously wanted the family at the age that everybody was at the club. Mm-hmm. I was working full time while they're working at restaurants and going to classes.
Did you? Did you wanted a family at 22?
I did. I've always wanted.
Did you? So you wanted to, like when you had your kid, you knew the guy you were having the kid with, and you wanted it.
So the situation, I had just met him. So, I mean, the situation could have been better. I wasn't on birth control.
How long after you met him did you get pregnant?
It was like 3 months. It was really bad. But I stayed with him for 4 years, right? I committed to this person. And when I got pregnant, I questioned as a mother, since I didn't really know this person, am I willing to be a single mom if it didn't work out? Am I willing to take that risk? And so I did. And so having a family was super important to me. And I did feel like I had connected with the person. I also feel, to the other side of this, I was 22 and mentally immature, which is why I made the choices I did.
So what would you say to girls that are 22 right now?
I would say you have to sit down and make a list for yourself. What do you want? And how do you think you're going to get it there? Like, you have it right on the head. You know what you want. You have your fixation. You're good. What is so funny?
The comment.
Oh, the comment.
It's comment.
Oh, yeah.
Not what you're saying.
It's fine. So, I mean, you have it together. You know what you want, and you know how to get it there, and what is going to, ultimately give you the future that you want. But I do feel like there are a lot of females that don't know what they want. And so how else are they supposed to find that, especially if they don't have great examples around them, and with the hookup culture being perpetuated and pushed on people the way that it is, where, again, it goes back to the social conditioning of breaking up the family nucleus. So we're socially conditioned. We're socially conditioned to operate this way.
You asked a really good question there. How else are women supposed to know what they want without, and I'm filling in the blanks, experimenting, discovering themselves, and playing the field, so on and so forth. How else are women supposed to figure out what they want? This is where I think, so I'm a Christian, and this is where I think godly men who are godly leaders in society come into play. Because what you were describing, this whole story of how you can find fulfillment by sleeping with a bunch of guys in your 20s, this is a lie that society is selling women. And a lot of women on the other side of this, they find themselves in their late 20s, early 30s, and all the guys that they want to be with younger women, and they don't want to be with them. And then these are the women that end up on antidepressants, single and childless in their 40s, right? This is a lie in society that brings women fulfillment. This is where I think godly men come into play. It's our job as men to say that will not bring you fulfillment. It's our job to hold ourselves to higher standards, not be fuck boys that are going to cheat on you guys and ruin your guys' lives in the process. That's not good either. I think it's our job to, tell women, hey, that's not going to bring you fulfillment. And also, when the right girl comes along, treat her right. Don't be an alcoholic. Don't knock her up after 3 months before if you're right for one another. I think raising the standards for men is really how we fix this.
I think that's detrimental.
You think
that's important?
What I just said?
That is detrimental. That is something that is completely necessary.
Yes. Yeah.
It's so necessary.
I personally believe men raising our standards for who we are, being straightforward with women about whether or not we're going to use them, cheat on them, so on and so forth. It's really imperative for us to do a better job. And I think if we do a better job, I think women will follow because men are naturally leaders.
Exactly.
What?
Are you serious right now?
What are you laughing about?
You said men are naturally leaders.
Yeah.
Men are naturally leaders.
What's wrong with that?
Let's let her explain.
I honestly I don't even want to go back and forth about this because that was a crazy statement.
That men are leaders?
Yeah.
But they are.
The Bible tells us.
Historically, they are.
I trust you're not a Christian,
I'm
but
sorry. No, I am a Christian, actually.
Do you believe what the Bible says?
No, I don't.
You're a Christian, but you don't believe what the Bible says.
Yeah, I honestly don't really fuck with
Well,
religion.
let's just for women who aren't religious, you can make this argument without making an argument from authority. So taking the religion out of it, you can still.
You could absolutely. I mean, so first, let me just say, the Bible calls men to be the spiritual leaders of their households. Okay.
But you're talking to someone who isn't even religious, so this is just
Wait,
going
you just
over my
said
head.
you were a Christian. You just said you were a Christian.
I'm a Christian, but I'm not religious.
Christian in name only.
Yeah, I was raised Christian, but I'm not religious.
Okay, so aside from religion, this is going to trigger so many feminists, and I'm okay with it. Men, on average, are more stress resilient than women are. This is part of the reason why only men are in special operations, because only men can withstand the stress of going into the military, going into the harder units. Would you guys agree that men, on average, strong men, are more stress resilient than women are?
I don't even want to get into this. I just feel like that comment made me laugh.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. It was just slightly
not
phrased in a way.
You were triggered by men being leaders?
I wasn't triggered. It was just you. I can see, like, when you were saying it, I could see why it was. I could tell it was about to, like. It was just a little. It was a little heavy on the.
Do you not think that men should be leaders?
No, I thought it was great. It's
do you
just
think that if
I
men held themselves to a higher standard and they were better leaders in society, that would change society?
I'm not opposing anything you were saying. I was just gonna add that I think it was more like you could have left some room for, like, women there also, like, leading the movement to, like, not be part of
women can.
culture.
Women absolutely
I think
can.
It was like
women absolutely can. The problem.
But I mean, yeah, it's great that. Well, I mean,
what movement? What movement are you talking about when you say?
Well, I don't know. I'll start. I was just saying, like, that it sounded like you were implying it could only come from men.
No,
but I'm assuming you could. That leadership could also come from women as well. Not just men. That was, I think, just the impression that they got.
You're absolutely right. It can come from women as well, and that's what Steven Crowder was getting at in his clip. He was saying, you guys are the gatekeepers. Yeah. So if you guys decided that you weren't going to sleep with a bunch of Chads who were going to use you, there wouldn't be Chads that were using you guys. You know what I mean? But the problem is that women want to sleep with Chads who end up using them. So we have this culture that keeps on perpetuating.
Yeah.
I can't change what you guys are going to do. All I can do is call other men up to the standard of not being Chads that use women constantly. And I know that if as men, we take accountability for that, and we change that will change the culture. Because I don't expect women to do that. Women want to sleep with dudes.
Accountability.
You want to sleep with guys.
You're making a great point too, because accountability is everything as well. Because we need you to be held accountable. Because it used to be that if you did that, if you slept around, did that, like, that was publicly looked down upon. And today it's not at all. It's promoted.
That's great. No, it's great that we can just do whatever we want. It's great we can do whatever we want, just like men have always been able to do whatever they want.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's fine. That's fine if that's what you want to do. But when it comes in the context of a relationship, to make it work well, you're not gonna want to do that. You're gonna probably regret it later on.
Are you talking about cheating?
No, I'm talking about sleeping around, being promiscuous, having lots of sexual partners.
In regards to just, like, in general, like in relationships? Can you elaborate?
As a female.
Yeah, can you elaborate?
As a female, you shouldn't be sleeping around with a bunch of dudes. If you do, I'm not saying you can't. You legally can do it. You can do. I believe that a girl can do whatever she wants to do, but don't expect.
So, like, sex doesn't feel as good to a woman as it does to a man.
What?
No, that's not at all what I'm saying.
Okay,
I mean, actually,
like, why can't girls have sex with just a same amount of people as guys want to?
You can do whatever you want, but most men have an issue with women who are promiscuous and who have been run through.
For men, I guess.
Why does that suck for men?
It doesn't suck for us at all.
Not at all.
You can just find a woman that isn't promiscuous.
Okay, cool.
Fine.
Well, so, I mean, this kind of touches into body count.
Well, many men are extremely promiscuous.
Not so many. A small minority of men.
A small proportion.
Just the ones that you want.
The dudes you're talking to, Lauren, a lot of the guys you're talking to are the promiscuous guys, because you're a hot girl here in Isla Vista talking to all the Chads, all the frat boys. Guys you're talking to down in Cabo, these are the guys that are sleeping around with a lot of girls. A lot of the guys that you aren't paying attention to aren't doing that at all.
Most men are invisible to women. Like, the dude who works at McDonald's is invisible to you.
All of the guys who aren't cheating on their girlfriends are invisible to Lauren.
And what's on McDonald's too? Like,
I saw a baddie working at Chipotle the other day. Not gonna lie.
Come on.
I would date a baddie. Anyways, that's besides the point.
But that's a good point too that you're making about, as men, like, we're cool with that. We're cool with that. If you work at a fast food restaurant, but you're 18 to 20 years old, we're cool with that. Like, girls wouldn't give the time of day to a guy that's working at Chipotle.
Over 18, 20, you're not cool with that.
No, but what I'm saying is that can be way more attractive than a girl that's in her 30s
Like
and has
an attorney.
It was an attorney, and girls don't seem to wrap their heads
That's
around
not hot,
that.
like a girl
Not-
at 30 and her.
No, it's
A
not.
woman,
it's not, no.
a woman's career.
I don't want to
That
date a
girl seems
high-powered attorney.
badass to me.
Well, okay, so a woman's career, a woman's ambition, a woman's money, it doesn't make you more attractive.
Yeah.
Whereas like a man who's hyper successful, ambitious, he's a doctor, he has a prestigious career, he's an attorney, for example, or he's, say, a musician or whatever it may be. I think a lot of women would say, oh, a guy who's a doctor is a real catch. But men, we don't really, I guess it's a kind of okay bonus, like if you're making your own money, but like in some ways it can actually be
You don't think
a
a woman
detractor.
who's a doctor is attractive?
She can be, the thing is that women don't share their resources the same way with men, the same way that men share their resources with women. So
Also, a female doctor, if a woman's a doctor, if she's not a doctor, she's busy, it's also not going to make her any more or less attractive to me. I mean, I would honestly prefer a wife who isn't super tied up in a stressful career. That's the last.
goddamn like I'ma bring the only creep. Never sleep, I keep bitches around me. But what the niggas tell me is now the niggas like me. That shit ain't right. I don't like, I will fight. If you take my family name, then it like that's a game till I die.
Stepping on the scene, and know I'm gripping on that fucking man. Shooting at your fucking butt, I put it up through the fucking bank. Posted on the fucking tag, I'm packing straps up in my night. Cock it back and let it fly. Hit the mother on the side. Slide in the fucking ride. Take you to the other side. Stuff your body in the truck. Hit the fucking countryside. Drop your body in the ditch. Then I'm finna hit the switch. Keep that phony vibe on any motherfuckers try to stick. Riding with the fucking click. Murder on my fucking mind. Put the back into my gang in case they try to blow my eye. Fly, let it fly. Right into the fucking sky. Set up on your fucking driver. Rocking down the fucking high.
Going down the old. Going down the underwater, gonna have myself a time. Going down the underwater, gonna have myself a time. Going down the underwater, gonna have myself a time. Gonna have a drop top, let me know. Drop top, let me know. Drop top, let me know.
I'm in the blue, ripping the crib. I'm in the yard, rocking the red.
the guitar. I'm in the flip, I'm in the bar. She with the clip, I'ma go up, I'ma go glitch. Still in the holler, but I'm so rich, I go retarded. With my young man, I'm in the school, I need a nip. How much food would your auntie suck if I act like a show? How much food would your auntie suck if I act like a show? I have a wood, chill like a stone, chill like a camel, hug like a motherfucker. Got dick on the head, chill like a tongue, chill like a honey, she suck on my cum. How much food would your auntie suck if I act like a stop show, boy? How much food would your auntie suck if I act like a stop show, boy? I gave her what? Just like a stomp. I hit your head with the back of the pump. Nigga, you dead. He was a pump. Back in the day with a tuck in your lunch. I'm a pearls, all on my knees, really cover the girls. So I'm a girl, really look for my bitch, magnificent pearls. Smell like her, what you put those boys on the back for pearl? And with this pearl, I'm with Limo, one of them people, Burberry, Nico, full up in Nico. Better than Diesel, what did you say? Diamonds illegal. Diamonds illegal. Is it a bag? You still got beetle? Yo, nigga be fly. Just like a beetle. Yo, all in my car, nigga. Forget a guitar, you. No, you bitch my darling. You did like she started. Yeah. Just like she break me. She wanna clean my dick hair like a. I'm in a kitty. But I still triple C like a robot. I mean, you're with me. Smoke on that shit, dick in the pipe. Oh, that always marry me. Like Billy Manicure, winner in sight. How much wood would your auntie suck if I act like a show? How much wood would your auntie suck if I act like a show? I give a wood, she like a stone. She like a camel, hug like a motherfucker. Got dick on the head, she like a no. She like a honey, she suck on my cum. How much wood would your auntie suck if I act like a stop show, boy? How much wood would your auntie suck if I act like a stop show, boy? I gave a wood, just like a stomp. I hit your head with the back of the pump. Nigga, you dead. You was a pump. Back in the day with a tuck in your lunch.
We just watch you and now in the presence of a ruckus. Best on from afar on the blur. Shaking hands on the mirror. Corpse on the ground. Much of all in transparent. Sleep. How could you hate? How could you judge? Fuck what you think, never fuck what you thought. No, my eyes not a player, I'm about. But with each piece to the top, also I see quick, time sharp to the touch. And drive away. And I'm just smiling. 48 some things from my set. Fuck did the keys get right? Zebra,
Okay, good. That one's illegal.